on the right, General O'Hare. We will get to those paintings a little bit. We look forward to the Judiciary Branch making an appearance inside the rotunda.
Yep.
Again, this room dates back to 1824.
All three branches of government here today. The legislative branch is hosting, but the executive branch, the judicial branch.
We have volunteers that work with us that are here today, so everyone contributing. And you, those of you that are watching our YouTube broadcast, thank you for your patience. Music playing, that means just give it a second or two, right? It's hard to believe just 3 weeks ago, President Carter laying in state.
Right. A very different ceremony, a very solemn affair. Thousands of people came to give their condolences. And today we're celebrating our government.
Yes.
What we're supposed to do as a democracy.
Well stated. Well stated.
The thing is, I'm watching this about how here, we're on the East Coast, we're in Washington, D.C., but people came from literally all over the country to be here today.
World. In
some cases, the world, right? And that people from all around the world are watching this, of course, but that, Congress at its core, it's supposed to represent the people. That's in the preamble of the Constitution, we the people. And so here we have people from every corner of our country coming together to show who we are as a nation.
I wonder what the broadcast will be like 100 years from now. West Front and beyond.
Right. I mean, there are things... there are new things about this ceremony that I never thought would happen. We now have a Space Force, right? And they're part of...
Space Force, yes.
They're going to be part of the pass and review of the military later for the very first time. So, the Constitution can be amended. That's what the founders wanted. And so we change as the world changes, as our country changes.
Emily, June 6th of last year, I attended a ceremony. The astronauts who are flying over the moon later in the year with our friends from Canada, the lead commander said, when your grandchildren fly from Mars to the moon to here, there was a tree, the saplings came from the moon. They planted it. It's a wonderful, it's not a spruce, it'll come to me. It's sweet gum. It's a sweet gum. A tree was planted last year, and you mentioned Space Force, and I couldn't help but think the astronaut said, this is going to be in the future. And so...
and I think right now we're going to listen in.
This land is your land.
I didn't know they were going to play this, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump, and Barron Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
To thee I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be grand and all through this land you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as one.
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely,
That I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have: the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate. And keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America. Years ago, and thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive
amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be free to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, oh, the dawn's early light, what a proudly we hail at the twilight's first gleaming, whose stars and bright stars, oh, the perilous fight, are the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets eagerly above blasting air, give proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say the sons of
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
It's a beautiful day, January 20th, 2025. We just witnessed a constitutional mandate, the peaceful transfer of power, the oath of office given to our 40th President Donald Trump, the 50th Vice President J.D. Vance. President Trump mentioned in his speech one of the, I think, identifying marks that he wanted to be remembered as a peacemaker and unifier. A peacemaker and unifier. I thought it was also interesting that he said this is the new golden age of America beginning now. We haven't had an inauguration of the Rotunda since 1985. Today, JASIC, all agencies delivered. My name is Ron Jackson. This is we've been on since 9 o'clock, but we just witnessed a stern rendition of the national anthem by tenor Christopher Macchio. I want to make note of this. There's a lot of ceremonies that happen in the Rotunda. We've witnessed so many of them. But I think it's interesting, and this happens with inaugurations, that the national anthem is rendered after the oath of office, after God Bless America. It's the crescendo of the ceremony that happens in the Rotunda, and what a powerful rendition we just witnessed.
Yeah, there was a lot of great music in this. The Battle Hymn of the Republic was one of my favorite arrangements of that particular song. And now we're just waiting for the departure ceremony. So at this point, we've had the inaugural swearing in, and the newly inaugurated, sworn in president and vice president are going to escort the now former president and former vice president out back to the East Front. We were talking earlier about Marine One, and we're going to see them. There we go. Yes. So now former President Biden will get in Marine One with Dr. Jill Biden, and they'll head off, and then the vice president and Mr. Emhoff, they're going to leave by the motorcade.
We have a departure video. I think you're going to like, I know you're going to like this, friends. So let's set this up. The outgoing, as Emily just stated, the outgoing administration in terms of president, vice president will depart. But why and where? And please watch this video. We think you'll like it. Friends, we'll have this video for you in just a moment. Once again, it's 1:05 Eastern Time. This is our plaza of the East Front of the Capitol. President Donald Trump, I had about 12:01, 12:02, in which he went to the stage. Chief Justice Roberts rendered the oath of office. No, I didn't have time to count the words. I was going to, but there's a group that will do that.
Yeah. What was the longest of the inaugural addresses?
William Henry Harrison, 8,445 in 1841. I think most people know the shortest, which might, I have to admit, it still surprises me. The shortest speech, President George Washington, 135 words.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, again, we talked about, for those just joining us, we've talked a lot about weather, and when President Washington was sworn in, it was 30th of April 30th, 1789. The intent was March 4th, but because of weather, it had to be postponed. You know, the person that informed George Washington that he was going to be president was a gentleman from Ireland. His name, Charles Thompson. I'm saying it twice because our scholars out there, and maybe even those short of being thought of as scholars, will remember that name, Charles Thompson, the Great Seal.
And let's watch the departure video. Time for that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're not going to talk about history. We're going to talk about what we're seeing in real time here. So there we see Mrs. Trump and President Trump out there. They've pulled the car up. Jill Biden's wearing the royal blue coat, sitting next to President Biden.
I can't imagine the feeling that the Bidens must have when Senator Biden defeated Senator Boggs in 1972. It's more than difficult circumstances in December of 1972, well documented about the tragedy. And then 1973, I mean, all that has gone on 1973, since 1973, 17 years, Judiciary Committee, Senate Foreign Relations, 5 justices, leadership periods. He's ran for president more than once, in which even once he withdrew. And now they leave as great-grandparents. Right? Recently, a great-granddaughter born. Again, I can't imagine what's going on in their mind, but some reflection about all the inaugurations they've attended.
Quite a few, I would imagine.
I'm not sure for Senator Biden when President Carter was inaugurated on the East Front.
And then Vice President Vance and his wife, Usha Vance. She's wearing the pink coat. They're walking over with the now former Vice President Harris.
That helicopter looks a long way away. This VH-92A, there's a new fleet of helicopters being used in this. 78 feet in length. 78 feet in length. It's between, for those that are not familiar with this side of the Capitol in terms of what is new, those 2 skylights are on top of a new building, relatively speaking. In 2008, the Capitol Visitor Center. That plaza, those bricks will be put to the test when that helicopter ascends.
Okay, and I believe there goes now former Vice President Harris. And
the motorcade, correct?
with the motorcade. And now we should see the next group walking towards the helicopter. Yep, there they go.
Well, listen to the wind.
Yeah.
Mrs. Trump making certain. I imagine there's more than a fastener attached to that hat.
Bobby pins galore. Holding that hat to her head. Yes.
You never stop serving your country. You never stop serving your country. And we don't know what the next phase will be for the Harrises and Bidens, but rest assured, you never stop serving your country. So I would say that was an affectionate exchange between the families.
Right. Now the former president getting inside the helicopter, and we should be able to watch it take off.
Look at the crowds on the Library of Congress Supreme Court side. This is really something to witness for those that are nearby. Marine One.
We sometimes see it working in Washington. We sometimes see it bringing the president back and forth to the White House. It's always a sight to see. Certainly for visitors, it's exciting.
Why do I think a trivia question is coming about
You never know. It could be coming.
Vice President J.D. Vance.
Waving goodbye. So now the president will go back into the Capitol building for more parts of the ceremonies. Or parts of the ceremony. We have a couple of more things to go through before he goes back to the White House this afternoon.
That ceremonial luncheon is going to be devoured quickly, I think. Breakfast seemed long ago. In between that was everything, right? A prayer service. Or maybe it's just me.
Well, they definitely have a 3-course meal waiting for them in a few minutes. So here we go.
The recognizable white top of Marine One. Yeah, we've lost. I can't hear. The direct route to Andrews Air Force Base, named after Lieutenant General Frank Maxwell Andrews. Graduated West Point in 1906, served in the military in 1946. We often hear of Andrews Air Force Base. Ooh! Frank Andrews, he was a Lieutenant General in the Army Air Corps.
So I think maybe it is time now for a trivia question.
Oh.
You ready?
Sock it to me.
Who was the first president to depart the inaugural ceremonies by helicopter? Here's your choices. Ford, Reagan, Kennedy, Carter. Making it hard.
President Gerald Rudolph Ford.
That is correct.
I once heard him speak to an entire elementary school in Kentucky, yes, in 5th grade. And, of course, I wanted to ask a question. Do you think they allowed that to happen?
No.
No, they didn't.
No,
you're
they
right.
didn't.
Not that I'm bitter about it. 1977, never mind.
So I think now we're going to watch a little video about the signing ceremony that's going to happen next, a little history of this event. So let's watch.
The first official actions taken by the newly sworn President of the United States occur in the President's room just off the Senate chamber in the U.S. Capitol. After the departure of the former President and First Lady, the new President gathers there with aides and members of Congress to sign nominations and sometimes memorandums, proclamations, or executive orders. This tradition began in 1981 with President Ronald Reagan. Prior to that time, nominations were often submitted to the Senate on Inauguration Day without ceremony.
Okay, so we're going to see that ceremony a little bit later, but we have something a little bit different next because so many people were in Emancipation Hall instead of being in the rotunda this time. We're going to go to the Visitor Center, which is right underneath the plaza of the Capitol building, which is what we're looking at right now. Here we are. And I believe the President's going to speak some to the crowd. We'll see what's happening in just a few minutes.
How many speeches he's made in the last 48 hours?
Quite a few. I mean, you can see that JSIC, the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies, has come to the platform. It's a good thing that Senator Fisher is wearing that bright green.
Yes, recognizable.
I can point her out or pick her out right away.
Look to the left of Senator Fisher, and you're going to see...
Oh, who's arriving now? They're coming down this grand staircase into this room we call Emancipation Hall.
There is a statue of the first woman to become a member of Congress, Jeanette Rankin, born in Missoula, Montana. Her brother Wellington was her campaign manager.
Yep. She was elected in 1917, before women even had the right to vote nationwide, but they had the right to vote in Montana.
They did. Mm-hmm. She traveled quite a bit, states of Washington, California, New Zealand.
Mm.
Her brother Wellington went to Harvard University.
I believe this is the Speaker of the House.
We should yield.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here as witnesses to President Trump's triumphant return to the White House. Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the President just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, that was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience than I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Is that moving along? I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least. You know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine. You're the family, because you're the family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They said, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I heard by that, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, and the press is going to pick that one up loud and say. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. And this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Millie? Why are we doing Millie? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crime. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I look at him, I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. So she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very
beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for
15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much, please. Let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you were in. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to do it, right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
And welcome back, everybody. We just saw the president talk to his supporters in Emancipation Hall. That's in the Visitor Center at the Capitol. My name is Emily Boisvert, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ron Jackson. And we are here because of the coverage by the Joint Committee on Congressional Inaugural Ceremonies here at the Capitol building. So this portion of the proceedings are about 1,300 attendees in Emancipation Hall, and including the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. One of the things I noticed was that when President Trump was introduced, they introduced him with two, he's the current president, but
45.
yeah, he was also the 45th president, and he is only the second person to do that. Grover Cleveland is the other one, and I was reading that when he was introduced, the same thing would happen. They would say it's the 22nd and the 24th president, Grover Cleveland. But we're excited to be here right now and waiting for the next step.
The speech in Emancipation Hall was longer than the inaugural speech upstairs. At least it felt like it. The first thing he did when he went downstairs was call the group, well, wait a minute, this is a younger, more beautiful audience. Now, upstairs, the speech was for the country. Downstairs, it was for the base. It was for the base. Now, Emily and I are approaching this for JASIC from an historic perspective, not a political perspective. And I thought what was noteworthy was the comment he made to Senator Charles Schumer, the minority leader of the Senate. And it's something that you've heard in some form or fashion over many years. He says, Chuck, it's time to get along. And not uncommon, but Senator Schumer seemed to echo those sentiments. He mentioned Governor Greg Abbott from Texas, who was there. It was interesting to note there's so many governors that attend, and I think you mentioned there's 1,300 people there. In surveying the Emancipation Hall, you probably didn't realize just how vast that area is. You can really, there's a lot of people you can not notice, and Governor Abbott is mobility impaired, and so he probably wasn't exactly up front. But no question, talking to the base, and a lot of momentum to the base. We start off with Vice President J.D. Vance giving remarks, then Speaker Johnson. So the next phase is to get to the signing room. I want to talk about travel. The rotunda is where he gave the inaugural speech. Right. He then traveled 2 floors down and then outside another 100 yards to say goodbye to President Dr. Biden. He then comes back in the building and comes down another 2 levels to Emancipation Hall. He will go upstairs another 2 levels to the Senate. So traveling time will take a while.
Yeah, I don't know if they're taking him, all the back routes that we know to get up into the rotunda. But
well, they would have to, or else we may be here for a while. There are shortcuts.
There are shortcuts,
and
if
I
you
know
where they are.
Oh, yes. Toured them many a time, yes.
Yes, but so from this point on, a couple more things. First, we're going to go to the signing ceremony. President Trump talked about that in his speech a little bit. Here's the room where it's going to be. This is the president's room. So traditionally a room where Congress could meet with presidents. We sort of nerded out a little bit earlier because we were trying to figure out which of the which pieces of art were in this room. And this looks like Senator Klobuchar is coming in with Senator Thune, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. So this is right off the Senate chamber. And there's Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries as well.
Don't you like those floors?
Those Minton tiles.
Stoke-upon-Trent in England, $2.03 per tile. Friends, this is one of the many reasons why you need to visit the Capitol. These floors aren't just in private areas. If you were to visit the gallery, meaning House Senate Gallery, it's very likely you would walk on these tiles.
Yeah, exactly. And this room is really one of the most, it's a smaller room, but it is really one of the most richly decorated spaces in the Capitol building. The artist for this room, his name is Constantino Brumidi. He was hired in the 1850s, and he worked at the Capitol for 25 years.
Naturalized citizen.
Yes, yes. He's born in Rome. He worked there for a good portion of his life, but ended up coming to America. And all of these paintings that we're seeing on the wall, those are all frescoes with gilding. It's just really ornate in that space.
Yeah, the President's room is wonderful. Earlier in the speech that President Trump, he mentioned about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that is the room in which him and Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the 1964 Voting Rights Act, along with Reverend Dr. Ralph Abernathy was in attendance. This is an area that's not unfamiliar to those of you who follow inaugurations. But for those that don't, you're saying, where on earth is this room? To give you an idea, because you can see windows, this is the North Wing, Senate side, Supreme Court side. That's probably a better way. If you will look across the street, you would see the Supreme Court. There was a photographer taking pictures of members of JSIC there. It's a stunning, beautiful room. It has gifts from other countries and nations there. It's President Washington's cabinet that's featured on medallions.
Yeah, and definitely a space that today is used by members of Congress, like we're seeing right now, but traditionally it's a place for the president to meet with Congress. And I was reading that President Wilson in particular liked to come on over to this room, and this is where he would meet with members of Congress. Today, oftentimes we more hear about members going to the White House than we do the president coming to them. But it looks like we're setting up for maybe a photo or something right now. Oh, you mentioned the desk for the Civil Rights Act. By the way, if you want to see the actual desks they used back then to sign the Civil Rights Act, it is in the Capitol Visitor Center. It's an exhibition hall. And you can be up close and personal with history and see that desk downstairs.
Exhibition hall is located in Emancipation Hall when President Trump was just giving his remarks. You might have seen a statue behind him, that being freedom, triumphant in war and peace, or just simply freedom. Behind her were columns and that museum space, which is wonderful. When I say wonderful, we teach students. We have an area called Democracy Lab that, Emily, you're intimately associated with programs with students. Matter of fact, if you didn't have time to visit the House and Senate Gallery, there are theaters in which you can watch simulcasts of the proceedings. By the way, the Senate's in session at 4:30 today.
And I believe the House is coming in as well.
We likely may still be broadcasting at 4:30, but Congress is in session today. Remember to visit Congress, you need passes from your members.
Right.
From your member, it's best to email or call, and they will set the conditions, and you will pick them up. And it's wonderful to visit the new chambers, although we'll be featuring one of the old chambers a little later on. Emily, I'm going to give an unscheduled quiz.
Oh.
You see
boy.
a fireplace to that corner right, don't you? And Speaker Mike Johnson, our 56th Speaker, just walked in on the Senate side. I'll have to ask him how many times he's been in the President's room. He's a 5-term member of Congress. Anyway, maybe he's been there a time or two. We see that beautiful fireplace. Okay, for our audience, there are, okay, how many fireplaces are in the Capitol? I'm going to give you 3 options. Okay? I'll give you 3 options. Okay? 500, 300, 244, 44, or 144 fireplaces.
Working fireplaces or just fireplaces?
Uh-oh, you trumped me. Okay, working fireplaces is under 20.
Right, I was going to say.
But there are 144 fireplaces in the Capitol,
wow.
but only about less than 20 work.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you, when Senator Byrd, rest his soul, Oh, if you walk past that office, you could feel some heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unusual on a cold day like this for the leadership, especially who have working fireplaces, to lay fires in the fireplace, and you get that smell.
Smell. I love the smell of firewood. Some people like the smell of coffee. My broadcast partner loves the smell of coffee. But firewood, once they make a cup of firewood, look at Speaker Johnson looking, look at him looking. He's like, look, he's not a bad tour guide. I've heard him a time or two. So he's looking around like, well, wait a minute, what do I see here? The beautiful ceilings. He's looking at the cabinet. I caught you, Speaker Johnson. Look, look at that, Emily.
Well, there's quite a lot to see looking up. There are 4 allegorical figures personifying the foundations of government: religion, legislation, liberty, and executive authority.
Yep.
And there are 4 historical portraits that each are fundamental aspects of the development of the nation, and they decorate the corners of the ceiling.
One begins with a V.
Vespucci.
One begins with a C.
Columbus. William Brewster.
Yep.
And Benjamin Franklin.
Dr. Benjamin Franklin is everywhere. Next time I see Speaker Johnson, he's going to go on tour with me. He probably has other things to do.
Yes. Yes. You know, the role of the speaker, there's a lot. There's a lot.
To be fair, if we were to take the Senate leadership on the outside, in certain areas, they would say, my goodness, they would be doing the same thing. So I'm not picking on Speaker Johnson.
This room in particular, I believe the curators have told us, is reminiscent of some rooms that you would see in the Vatican, because Constantino Brumidi, that is where he worked before he came to the United States. I once had a tour with an Italian member or a member of the Italian Parliament, and he said, for an American building, this is very Italian.
For an American building.
But he's referencing this, this style that we've used and modified to make our own, this sort of neoclassic style that we see throughout the building.
We shouldn't just mention Constantino Brumidi. There are so many throughout Europe that came over to assist Brumidi. As a matter of fact, there's the names in a certain book that we use to teach art, and it's over 200 people. It's James Leslie from Great Britain. It's Louis Ordens, so many.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, we have a tour on art.
We do. We do. Halls of the Senate. It's a tour that'll bring you down into the Senate on the first floor of the Senate side of the building, and it's just if you're into art history, you should definitely take that tour.
11 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern time. No, you may not purchase the tickets. They're free. And no, you can't reserve them in advance. It's same day. The hours for those are 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock, Monday through Friday. We'll come back to the President's Rooms very shortly. That wind has not ceased since we've been on broadcast since 8:55 this morning. Look at those beautiful columns there.
Yeah, we're lucky. We sometimes get to go up into the dome and see those columns up close and personal. I think one of the things that some people don't realize, and why would you, but that the columns, some of them are actually water spouts or downspouts to bring the water off of the dome. And so they're hollow. But you know what I always notice, I always remark on when I'm doing a dome tour, is how ornate it is, even though most people aren't going to see it. It's sort of, from the ground, you're not seeing all of that detail, certainly.
Back to a live shot of the President's Room, and we see Senate and House leadership there. Mr. Scalise has now joined Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, so if we were to go, we'll start with the senators. In the back, we've got Senator Thune, Senator Schumer, Senator Fisher, Senator Klobuchar. So they're all either members of the Joint Committee or Senator Thune is our new majority leader. And then, with their backs to us, we've got Hakeem Jeffries first on the left, and then the majority leader, Steve Scalise, and then the speaker.
I need a red coat in that room to tour them right away, and it might be me. Yeah, I wanted to say this earlier at the start of the broadcast, we mentioned about Senator Amy Klobuchar being chair of JSIC. There is a hammer from the state of Minnesota. Excuse me. I believe it's Avondale. I might be saying it incorrectly, but it's a company called Walco. And the first nail that was placed in the platform, there were many hammers and nails used, was from Minnesota. I believe it was, it's called Annandale, Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. And it was done, the ceremony happened September 18th, 1793. Emily, why is September 18th, 1793? Why are people saying, wait a minute, why does that sound familiar?
Because it's when they laid the cornerstone for the Capitol in 1793.
And who laid the cornerstone?
George Washington.
He is featured prominently throughout the Capitol over 50 times. September 17th, 1793, the location happened on the south or house side of the Capitol. The Capitol has a birthday. It's November 17th, 1800. But the wing that was constructed first, the north wing. So thus, ladies and gentlemen, the centerpiece where you saw today the rotunda, that's more of the 1820s. So it's not the oldest section of the Capitol, but surely the most recognizable.
Oh, it looks like everyone's walking in now.
They didn't take the shortcut. You can hear the President's voice. Here he comes.
Here he is.
Let's hope the audio picks up. I was going to say, I know there's not a coat rack in that room, so. There is, depending on where the camera's scanned, there's a wonderful floor clock by a company called Harrison Schaefer. They used to be on Pennsylvania Avenue. They date back to the 1880s. They stopped in that location. In the 1930s, moved on 1300 block of F Street Northwest. Let's see if we can pick up on President Trump.
It's the next step.
Tradition. Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments previously. The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Now 31 acting designations and appointments that effectively take control of the government. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments. Commission chairman and acting chairman.
Good counsel.
They have something. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
It was a beautiful concept. I don't know the sound. Temperature was 72 degrees. The sound was good.
Good acoustics.
Yeah.
Thank you. We go to lunch. Great. Very good. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with
Mr. President, any reaction to the...
Before that, it was a stage judge. I thought it was a beautiful.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate. We won't discuss it now. Plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you, Press. Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
That's it right now. Thank you guys very much.
Okay.
Ready for lunch?
Ready for lunch? Okay.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir.
Okay.
So where are we going?
That's what we get for you. Thank you. That was great.
Okay, so now from this point, President Trump has to walk all the way across to the other side of the Capitol building to National Statuary Hall, where JASIC has set up a luncheon. They have been hosting luncheons for Inauguration Day since 1953, and I think we have a little video about it. So let's watch.
While the tradition of an inaugural luncheon dates back as far as 1897, when the Senate Committee on Arrangements gave a luncheon for President McKinley and several other guests at the Capitol, it did not begin in its current form until 1953. That year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower, and 50 other guests of the JASIC dined on cream chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs in the now restored Old Senate Chamber. From the mid-19th century to the early 20th century, presidents left the Capitol after the swearing-in ceremonies and traveled to the White House for a luncheon prepared by the outgoing president and First Lady. In 1949, Secretary of the Senate Leslie Biffle hosted a small lunch for President Truman in his Capitol reception room. They dined on South Carolina turkey, Smithfield ham, potato salad, and pumpkin pie. In 1953, the JASIC began its current tradition of hosting a luncheon for the president, vice president, and their spouses, Senate leaders, the JASIC members, and other invited guests. At the inaugural luncheon in 1981, newly sworn-in President Ronald Reagan announced the release of 52 American citizens who had been held hostage in Iran for 444 days. Traditionally, the luncheon often features cuisine reflecting the home states of the new president and vice president or the JASIC chairman, as well as the theme of the inauguration. The program includes speeches, gift presentations from the JASIC, and toasts to the new administration.
Okay, so now we're back in Statuary Hall. Now this is a room that we are very familiar with because this is also often on the tour route, but we're getting a new view of this room than what most people get. We're up in the balcony, which used to be the gallery for the House and the Senate, and we're looking over onto National Statuary Hall, which at one point was the House chamber. A few things I want to point out while we're watching this. Not only do we have all of these guests seated at the table, but you'll notice at the head table, there's a lovely picture, a painting. And this is a tradition that was started by President Reagan, that there's a painting behind the head table. And this one is called American Horizon. It's by a woman artist. Her name is Jane Wilson. This is the first time one of these paintings at the inaugural luncheon has been by a woman artist. She did this in 2000. And this is a picture of the horizon. Obviously, that's in the name. But I want to give you a quote from Jane herself about her art. She says, "What I'm aiming for are moments of strong sensation, moments of total physical experience of the landscape when weather just reaches out and sucks you in. And I think we definitely get this in this expressionist landscape painting. Now, we're also looking at some of our state statues. Every state may send 2 statues to the Capitol. And initially, all of those statues were in Statuary Hall. We can't do that today. That's 100 statues. And so they're now all over the building. But they have to be made out of marble or bronze. It has to be of someone who lived in your state, who did something that your state thinks is worthy of recognition, and you have to choose someone who's deceased. So we have about 99 statues at the moment because every state may, if the statue's been there for 10 years, they can replace it if they want to, and they can send us somebody new. So we've gotten quite a few new statues. We were looking at the portrait, the painting. If you look to the right, there's a statue of Chief Standing Bear by Benjamin Victor. And that is one of our newer statues that came here in 2019. Ron, are you interested to learn what's for lunch today, at least for them?
I trust we're having salmon.
No.
No. I know it's lobster because it's always lobster.
It is not.
No,
There's no lobster today.
There's no lobster. President Trump had it with Mike Pence in 2017.
Nope.
What are we having today?
So a nod to where we are in the Chesapeake Bay region. For the first course, we're having Chesapeake crab cake with tomato tartare, bay sauce, pickled vegetables, Romanesco, dill, and chive oil. And a local vineyard also provided the wine, Veritas Vineyards Reserve.
Oh.
Now, for your second course, this I think is one of President Trump's favorite foods. Want to guess?
Well, he likes meat.
Yes.
So it's probably beef.
It is Greater Omaha Angus ribeye steak. Now, that, I think, Omaha, Senator Fisher is from Nebraska.
Angus beef 2017 he had as well. There's something about beef.
This one is served with Thumbelina carrots. And I must admit, I had to look that up. They're tiny carrots.
Thumbelina, don't ask me to spell that.
With broccoli rabe, a carrot top herb sauce, red wine truffle jus, and potato gratin.
Did you say it red wine?
Truffle.
Truffle, thank you.
Jus. Yeah.
Okay.
Served with a Cabernet Sauvignon from the Napa Valley. And then here, I think a nod to Senator Klobuchar, Minnesota apple icebox terrine with sour cream ice cream and salted caramel.
Sour cream ice cream.
Yep, and a salted caramel.
Okay. President Lincoln had 6 different flavors of ice cream in his inauguration luncheon. 6 different flavors.
That's a lot of ice cream.
You were mentioning about the painting by
Jane Wilson.
Miss Wilson, and she was on the quiz show in the 1950s, the $64,000 question. Now, she didn't win a lot of money, but just one of those, just really kind of looking at her background like, wow, she was on that game show. That's a painting. I'm not, after today, we'll transfer National Statuary Hall back to hopefully a tourist area. You know, inaugural luncheons, what is it about food that there seems to be an agreement about food? We can disagree about a lot of things, but when it comes to food, it's generally the last inauguration for President Trump, he had 200 guests. So looking at the tables, which hold about 7 or 8 people, that's kind of online with that. I know you talked about statues just briefly, and
ladies and gentlemen,
at this time,
please rise for the introduction of the official party.
Introduction of the official party. Okay.
Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fischer, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Clio, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Well, that was Senator Klobuchar and the Senate's chaplain who gave a little bit of a welcome to the luncheon. I wanted to mention something in particular. Did you notice the podium that they used was different than the others?
I did not.
Well, there is a Rhode Island connection to this podium, and since my husband is from Rhode Island, I feel like I must say that this was a gift. Well, no, it's not a gift. It's loaned from the Daughters of the American Revolution national headquarters here in Washington, D.C. They've been doing it for almost 20 years, and it was originally given to them by a Rhode Island chapter. So it's got a very ornate eagle on the front. And so that's a little nod. That was for my husband.
The first state to bring to us a statue.
Oh, it was Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Nathaniel Green, whose daughter is named after Martha Washington. I want to say something about Chaplain Barry Black's voice.
Please.
There are a lot of noted voices in history, congressional history. members of the House and Senate, other than them, Chaplain Black has to have one of the best voices one has ever heard. It just, I don't know how to describe it. It's more than soothing. It's more than powerful. Oh, it just the moment he opens his mouth, you listen to every word. You mentioned the painting by Jane Wilson. In that room used to be 2 paintings of the Marquis de Lafayette. That's the best I can do. I don't speak French.
That was pretty good.
And George Washington, of course. Where are they now? In the new House chamber. So
I was really happy to hear that Senator Klobuchar also mentioned my favorite sculpture in the entire building because it's about history, and that's what we do, right?
Cleo or Clio. I won't be critical if you say Cleo. Oh, and the chariot, you'll have to come and visit or look at the website. What caricature is on the chariot? George Washington. He is everywhere. My goodness, people must, 2:30 and they're having lunch.
Yeah, they must be hungry.
They're not alone.
But we have a treat. We have a treat for you right now. We've been talking a lot about music.
Yes.
Right, and including the president's own Marine Band. And so we're going to watch a video to talk some more about them. So let's watch that now.
I'm looking forward to this segment.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Nowlin, and I'm the 29th Director of the President's own United States Marine Band. Formed by an act of Congress in 1798, it's been the Marine Band's mission to provide music for the President of the United States, a stewardship dating back to the presidency of John Adams and the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson thereafter. The Marine Band's role in a presidential inauguration not only includes the swearing-in ceremony, but performances in the inaugural parade and the traditional inaugural balls as well. Before the swearing-in ceremony takes place at the U.S. Capitol, the Marine Band provides a musical prelude to set the tone and capture the spirit of the moment, playing a variety of inspiring American selections. The music will continue as distinguished guests, former presidents, former vice presidents, and family members make their way to their seats. Once the event is officially underway, music plays a central and important role in marking this historic, peaceful transfer of power.
As soon as the oath of office is complete, the Marine Band is the first to announce the new president by playing Hail to the Chief. This song has been associated with the President of the United States since the early 19th century. In fact, the Marine Band started playing Hail to the Chief unofficially for the President, beginning with our 8th President, Martin Van Buren. Shortly thereafter, First Lady Julia Tyler, wife of President John Tyler, began to request that the Marine Band play Hail to the Chief when her husband entered the room as an official announcement. President James Polk continued that tradition throughout his presidency.
Interestingly, this ceremony is the only time you will hear Hail to the Chief rendered twice. First for the outgoing president, and again for the new president, immediately following the oath of office.
In 1954, Hail to the Chief was officially designated as musical honors for the president, and this musical announcement for the president continues today. It's a great honor for the Marine Band to be the first to render musical honors for the new Commander-in-Chief.
Following the inaugural address, benediction, and national anthem, the Marine Band traditionally brings this festive occasion to a close with John Philip Sousa's most famous march, our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever. It remains an honor for the United States Marine Band to be a steward of our country's musical traditions. We look forward to once again being a part of this revered moment in our nation's history.
Well, that was really interesting to hear about the perspective of a military band, about participating in these ceremonies and how important it is for the music and the words to match, right? And we've, like we said, we've listened to a lot of great music today.
I'm going to be, look out, a little biased. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, love the Marine Band. Emily and I tour students. When high school bands come to us, they are so easy to work with. They are wonderful. And what are they here for? Our Memorial Day concert, 4th of July concert. We've seen marching bands come to us the week of Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, and they make their way here up to New York City. There is another band to talk about.
Yes, we're going to talk about the Coast Guard Band next. The Coast Guard Band is based in New London, Connecticut, at the Coast Guard Academy, and let's watch a little bit about them.
My name is Captain Adam Williamson. I am the director of the United States Coast Guard Band, which was formed in 1925 by John Philip Sousa and the conductor at the time of the New York Philharmonic, Walter Damrosch. The Coast Guard Band is the one and only band of the United States Coast Guard, and we have the great honor and privilege of sharing the Coast Guard story with Americans all around the country and people all around the globe. The Coast Guard Band has performed on every continent except for Antarctica. So this year, 2025, marks the centennial of the United States Coast Guard Band. The Coast Guard Band is 55 members and performs in ceremonial and concert settings. And we have performed for every inauguration since Herbert Hoover's in 1929. This year, we'll be supporting the inaugural luncheon with a brass quintet that will provide background music as guests arrive, but they'll also support that event with the official arrivals. One of the most famous pieces of music for arrivals is Hail to the Chief, the presidential honors. However, a lesser-known piece of music is Hail Columbia. Composed by Philip Fyle, Hail Columbia was originally called Washington's March, which was performed for President Washington in 1798. And it was actually widely considered our unofficial national anthem until 1931, when the Star-Spangled Banner showed up. In 1969, Hail Columbia became the official vice presidential honors music, and that is a tradition that we continue today.
I mean, I love hearing about this stuff. So that was also just a great moment to hear about what goes into producing some of what we saw already today, and how the traditions and the music, they reach far back. Speaking of tradition, one of the traditions is that we hang flags at the Capitol building that have special meaning. In this case, special meaning to the president. So you may have noticed the middle flag in this array is the flag you're used to seeing. It's the 50-star flag. And then on the ends, that one you might also be used to seeing. We've got the flag with the 13 stars and 13 stripes, the so-called Betsy Ross flag. I think if you've been to any kind of celebration, certainly growing up in New England, we saw that flag a lot because Massachusetts is one of the original 13 colonies, right? But then if you go just to the left or to the right, we've got this other flag with 27 stars, and that one is to represent the 27th state of the Union, which is Florida, which is the president's home state. So that one is a nod to the new president, returning president, President Trump.
You mentioned President Trump's birthday is on Flag Day.
My birthday as well.
I did, as long as I've known you, I did not know that June 14th is President Trump's birthday. It's on Flag Day. I mentioned this earlier. I want to do this again. The flags that you just saw, there was a large Flag Day ceremony in 1929. The flag was 90 by 175 feet from a department store called Hudson's in Detroit, Michigan. This was under the leadership of Vice President Curtis from the state of Kansas. They marched it from the White House, and it was a hot day. Down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol, right? The 1920s, right? Let the good times roll, what have you. Of course, that would change shortly, but great view of our West Front. A real quick trivia question. I mentioned about fireplaces. There are 144 in the building, less than 20. Here's one for you.
Mm-hmm.
How many rooms are in the Capitol? Now, you're going to jump off the deep end right away, so I'm going to give you 3 options, okay? Okay. 540, 440, 640. How many rooms are in the Capitol? 440, 540, or 640?
It's 540.
540 rooms in the Capitol, yes.
Someone once asked me how many doorknobs were in the Capitol. I don't know the answer to that question.
That's homework tonight. I don't know about dinner time tonight. Well, Government Printing Office, GPO, that's a familiar acronym in Washington, D.C., and frankly to the region. Well, we have a video, and let's find out more about the impact of the Government Printing Office.
So GPO has been producing materials for all 3 branches of government really since the Civil War. We do everything from Congress's daily work to making sure that the data from Congress and the judiciary and the executive branch is all available online and available to our customers. If a member of Congress decides to write a bill on the back of a legal pad, we have to take that and make that available as data in addition to the printed output. We've got about 1,650 folks here who work at GPO, and they run the gamut from people who are artisanal bookbinders who use the handmade techniques that have been in use for 1,000 years, all the way to cutting-edge software developers. And we have partners all over the country, all 50 states, most of the territories. GPO started its work with the Joint Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies about a year ago, talking about requirements and designs and things like that. And GPO supports all of the printed materials that the inauguration requires. And it's a whole breadth of things. It's everything from the invitations to the tickets to security items like vehicle placards or maps or signage or all of those kinds of things. We work very closely with the Capitol Police to make sure that those documents are secure, they can't be counterfeited, and that their personnel can make sure that that's a genuine ticket when they're reviewing it. It's a pretty big job, pretty big order. And I can tell you from personal experience, my wife has a set of inauguration tickets from when my son was only 8 years old, and they're framed in his bedroom. So we recognize that these are keepsakes that people want to keep for a very, very long time. And we want to make sure that we're delivering that quality of a product, the kind of almost heirloom product that you can't get every place else. The inauguration is one of those things that happens every 4 years, but each one is unique. And even in a case like this one where a former president is coming back, it's different. Being that part of history, every single time you're facilitating that peaceful transfer of power, and you're making sure that that we're recognizing it with the gravitas that the moment requires. All of these things are important to us, and I think that's why all of us here at GPO enjoy what we do and view it as something important to what the nation does.
I just love that video about the GPO. And I think one of the things that he said that I would like to echo is how many people are just, it's almost a number too big to imagine how many people are working behind the scenes for an event like today, and how much pride everyone takes in making sure that everything works the way it should. We were talking earlier about the agency we work for, the architect of the Capitol, and all of the work they had to do for today. But even down to the details of the programs, and everything has to be just right, and people take a lot of pride in doing that.
They're having lunch in National Statuary Hall, the Old House Chamber, right now. Those cards on the table, the menu, the gifts, everything related to paper, government printing office. How many times has that been looked over and over, the oversight of that? The video mentioned that a year out, they're notified and they start working on it. That's a lot of pressure. The delivery of it.
That's a big order.
You know someone is in that truck or whatever vehicle they use. It probably has, a Secret Service agent. I'm not exaggerating, to make sure it doesn't go anywhere to get to the Capitol. It is, 200,000 tickets issued. There's probably half that of people associated with this inauguration.
Right, and the tradition of the inauguration is just so important. And Senator Klobuchar has talked about this, and I think that we have a little video to watch of her speaking about tradition and inaugural ceremonies. So let's watch that.
The peaceful transfer of power is at the heart of our democracy. It reaffirms that ours is and always will be a government of, by, and for the people. The inaugural ceremonies are one of our most iconic traditions, where we recognize our democracy and the sacred values that tie us together in front of millions of people across the country and around the globe. The tradition of the inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol dates back to when Thomas Jefferson took office in the old Senate chamber in 1801. It was almost 8 years after President George Washington first laid the cornerstone of the building in 1793, and only one wing of the building had been completed at the time. Over time, the ceremony was moved to the east side of the building and later to the west front for President Ronald Reagan's inauguration in 1981. Through the years, our dedication to the continuity of our government has remained the same, and today we carry the torch forward yet again. The inaugural ceremonies are the culmination of nearly 250 years of our great American experiment in democracy. Our founding fathers intended for the stability of the country to be rooted in the will of the people. Whether or not our candidate wins, we as a nation recognize that when the president-elect raises his right hand and takes the inaugural oath of office, that signifies the peaceful transfer of power. That's what this ceremony is all about. Since George Washington was sworn in as our first president in 1789, the inaugural ceremonies have taken place every 4 years, through times of peace, prosperity, and adversity. Today, we gather at the Capitol, a beacon of freedom, to fulfill the Constitution's promise to protect our enduring democracy for generations to come.
175 years ago, one former senator and Secretary of State summarized the theme of our 2025 presidential inauguration. He said, "The Constitution of the United States was made not merely for the generation that then existed, but for posterity, unlimited, undefined, endless, perpetual posterity." Our Constitution established this country as a shining city upon a hill, the first nation founded upon an idea. Our Constitution realized the founders' vision of a government striving to protect each person's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our Constitution revolutionized America. It revolutionized the world. It was the first of its kind. In many ways, our Constitution was for the generation who wrote it. But more than that, it was for the generations that followed. It is for us today. And it is for our descendants, the generations that will follow us. The Constitution enshrined our inalienable God-given rights. It immortalized America's commitment to justice and to liberty for all, and the democracy that keeps those ideals alive. After all, the Constitution begins with we the people. Today's inauguration continues the traditions that have upheld our nation and its peaceful transfer of power for almost 2.5 centuries. The theme of the 60th inaugural ceremonies is Our Enduring Democracy, a constitutional promise. Like I said earlier, that theme was described 175 years ago, a decade before the Civil War. But most significantly, it was described at our founding. It is described in our very own Constitution, established to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. This 60th inauguration, only the second time a president has been sworn in for a second time, marks another milestone in securing those blessings for ourselves and the generations to come. May we not forget the rich significance of our peaceful transfer of power today. And may today renew our commitment to the American Constitution and to the American people.
Okay, well, those were great videos by two senators who were also part of the Joint Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. And if you're just joining us now, my name is Emily Boisvert, and I am here with my colleague, Ron Jackson, doing this live stream. It's about 3 o'clock here in Washington, D.C. on a cold, wintry day. And, you know, one of the things that I wanted to point out is that each inauguration has sort of a motto that they're going by, a theme. And this one is, Our Enduring Democracy, a Constitutional Promise.
Powerful.
Very powerful.
That's our theme for Jason, yes.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that's happened with our Constitution over the time is that we've expanded it. You know, we've added on rights. You know, at one point, women couldn't vote, for instance, and with the passage of the 19th Amendment, most women could vote. And, you know, it strikes me, Ron, that we just saw two senators who are women who are in charge of this committee. I mean, it's historic.
It is. Let's have a trivia question relevant to women.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier 540 rooms in the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to quantify this, there are not 100 rooms named after men. I repeat, there are not 100 rooms named after men. But let me give you the rooms named after women. First, just for the audience, 540 rooms. Just guess how many rooms are named after women. Just put that in your head. I'm about to give them to you. The first room is Lindy Claiborne Boggs.
Mm-hmm.
The second, Margaret Chase Smith from the state of Maine, Boggs from Louisiana. Third, Barbara Mikulski from Maryland. And then there is a shared room with Gabby Giffords from Arizona and Leo Ryan. Now think about that. 540 rooms in the Capitol. And 3 rooms named after women, and then you have a shared room. The 2 rooms named after Margaret Chase Smith and Barbara Mikulski just occurred recently, within the last 2.5, 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, Margaret Chase Smith, she's the first woman to be a member of both the House and the Senate, served for a very long time, much like Senator Klobuchar and Senator Fisher as well. So, you know, we're really excited to get their perspectives on all of this work that they've been doing over the past year to prepare for today.
Friends, let's look at this video on the history of inaugurations. That's our business. That's our task today. Please watch this riveting video.
Welcome to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. The inaugural ceremonies are a celebration of the peaceful transition of power, a uniquely American symbol of our constitutional system. It is a joint effort of all three branches of the U.S. government, led by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, referred to as the JCIC. Although the Constitution specified the oath taken by the President, the framers of the Constitution provided that Congress would determine when and where the inauguration would take place. Since 1901, all inaugural ceremonies at the U.S. Capitol have been organized by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The first 28 inaugurations, however, were planned by the Committee on Arrangements of the United States Senate. The JCIC is responsible for planning all inaugural events that occur at the U.S. Capitol. As a joint committee, the JCIC is comprised of members from both houses of Congress, one of the unique cases of bicameral involvement in Congress. Members of the committee work across ideological and legislative divisions to host a celebration of our democracy. For the 60th inaugural ceremonies, the JCIC is chaired by Senator Amy Klobuchar and includes Senate Democratic Leader Charles E. Schumer, Senator Deb Fischer, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, and House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The JCIC oversees all details of the inaugural ceremonies that happen at the U.S. Capitol. This includes the arrival of the presidential motorcade to the Capitol, the swearing-in ceremonies of the President-elect and Vice President-elect, the departure of the outgoing First Family, if applicable, the presidential signing ceremony, the luncheon in Statuary Hall, and the pass in review. JCIC members serve as ceremonial escorts for the President-elect while at the Capitol on Inauguration Day. The JCIC works closely with local and national law enforcement to ensure the safety of inaugural guests and spectators. The inaugural ceremonies are comprised of the following 8 events. By tradition, members of the JCIC travel to the White House to escort the President-elect, Vice President-elect, and their spouses to the Capitol for the inaugural ceremonies. After a brief meeting, the President-elect and the outgoing President will then proceed together to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremonies. The Vice President and Vice President-elect will follow, as will family members, cabinet members, and members of the JCIC. Since the first inauguration of George Washington in 1789, the procession to the inaugural ceremonies has provided an occasion for much celebration. In 1845, outgoing President John Tyler joined President-elect Polk for the carriage ride to the Capitol, firmly establishing the tradition first carried out by Van Buren and Jackson in 1837. The 1877 inauguration of Rutherford B. Hayes started the tradition of the President-elect going first to the White House to meet the outgoing president before proceeding to the Capitol. The Vice President and Vice President-elect followed.
Welcome, everyone, to the 60th inaugural ceremonies at the United States Capitol. My name is Emily Boisvert. I am a Capitol tour guide at the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center, where we welcome about 2.5 million visitors a year. Maybe you've been on my tour before, or with my colleague.
My name is Ron Jackson. I've been a tour guide. Well, when President Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated the second time, I was here, and it just continued. Glad to have you today. Some of you might recall 4 years ago, my broadcast partner, Janet. Janet is watching. She's helping us. So glad to have you back. Emily, George Washington's inauguration happened April 30th of 1789. Well, that's because of weather. It was supposed to happen March 4th of 1789, and weather today has moved the inauguration inside. But JCIC, and we'll learn more about JCIC later, has a wonderful lineup for us today. What will we learn today?
Well, we're going to be at the United States Capitol building, which Congress first moved into in 1800. We're going to go, this is a shot of the East Front right now, and that's the side that most people actually arrive to the Capitol at, which is going to happen today as well. But the first thing that everyone is going to see is the West Front of the Capitol, and you can see that there are the 4 flags up. That's usually where we have inaugurations, but what did you say that the temperature was today, Ron?
22 degrees presently. It's approximately 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, and let's just say conditions are supposed to, shall we say, deteriorate as in terms of temperature as the wind chill increases. We'll talk about this. This is not all that unfamiliar that we've had inaugurations inside the Capitol building.
Right, it has happened before, but everyone will be arriving on the East Front of the Capitol building today. And let's just go through some of the spaces in the Capitol that you're going to see. The first room we want to show you is the President's room.
Oh,
This gorgeous room.
I wish I could take, and don't tempt me, everyone watching this broadcast into the President's room. This is a space that's not on the public route. We'll talk about what the President will do here. Look at those floors. Look at the medallion. This is a stunning room on the second floor of the Senate side of the Capitol. Certainly not to be outdone. There are other rooms that we'll highlight, but look as this camera just politely and gently glides through this wonderful space. Well,
yes, well, I think we should also show the House side of the building.
one would think, right?
Well, yes, of course. And so let's go over to Statuary Hall, where, they're preparing for the luncheon already, and we'll talk a lot more about this room later. But the main action of the day is in the Capitol Rotunda. And maybe you are one of those people who came on one of our 8th grade tours. You know, this is the room that always impresses, and they've done a lot of work to set it up for today.
Look at those paintings. To give you a sense of first chronological perspective, this rotunda is 1824 to 26, and the paintings that you're looking at that we're going to go into great detail a little later on are about the Revolutionary War. So we want the world to know about the Revolutionary War. That particular marble statue to the right that the camera's spanning is called the Portrait Monument. The rotunda, the signature room of the United States Capitol.
Yeah, this is it is usually someone's first sort of exciting moment when they come into the Capitol building. What we can see is that it's under that big Capitol dome,
yes.
right? And so you kind of walk through that doorway, which you can see straight ahead. That's how most people enter the building, and they look up and they always go, wow, it's 180 feet on the inside. And it's just a really gorgeous space.
Emily, people often ask us, what is the rotunda for? Ceremonies. And this ceremony today, which we've heard so much in the last few days about President Ronald Wilson Reagan in 1985. I think it's rather ironic where the stage is set up. President-elect Trump will look at a statue of President Reagan. You know, we were talking about weather, and look at this. Oh, this is, now you're up my alley here. Emily just mentioned 180 feet to a painting called The Apotheosis of George Washington. And friends, there's an artist whose name we're going to talk about at some length, Constantino Bernini, who painted it. To give you an idea of size, this is the size of a basketball court. But Emily, doesn't this room look familiar to some of us? I shouldn't say some, but quite a few thousands were here just 2 weeks ago.
Right. You know, this is a great ceremony that we're going to have today, but it's not the only ceremony that we have in the Capitol Rotunda. And this was the site of President Carter's lying in state just a few days ago. It's not quite 2 weeks ago. And certainly Ron and I were here for that as well.
President Ronald Wilson Reagan laying in state the summer of 2005. I remember distinctly lines extending to the Air and Space Museum. To give you an idea, friends, That's about 5 to 7 blocks away from the Capitol. It was a long wait. But today we'll witness the transition of power. Vice President-elect.
J.D. Vance.
How could I forget J.D. Vance from Ohio? J.D. Vance from Ohio and President Donald Trump.
Yes. And, you know, we've had how many of these at the Capitol? We've had quite a few ceremonies, inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol building. Of course, they weren't all here because they only moved here in 1800. And so before 1800, they were in New York and then in Philadelphia and now finally here in Washington. Oh, this is a great shot here.
Yes, it is.
Of the paintings. Now, those paintings in the background that we're seeing, they're by John Trumbull. And Ron, do you want to say a little bit about them?
John Trumbull from Lebanon, Connecticut, lost use of his left eye. He fell downstairs. He became an aide-de-camp to George Washington, and he's commissioned to paint these paintings. Now, I would say if we have any students, and I hope that we do, I hope we have a school group watching, the painting on the left-hand side very likely is recognizable to our 5th and 8th graders. Yes, it is Independence Hall in Philadelphia. It's not Independence Day. And President Thomas Jefferson, I hope we can zoom in even closer on the red vest. That's Thomas Jefferson. Look at that paper. That is not just point by point, Emily. That is page by page as to why we're leaving the crown. What a pointed moment. 2026, the country's birthday is 250 birthdays just ahead. But also President Jefferson, President Adams, who died the same day, they will be highlighted as well. But look at this to John Hancock as to why we're leaving the crown. That is a stunning, stunning view. Can I get into a little bit of symbolism here? Notice this. Sunlight is on the floor, but did we notice the curtains?
Oh, the curtains.
Sunlight is on the floor. Did we notice the drapes? How could one interpret that? One could, it's some level of secrecy. Now, it's not unfounded. You see this a lot during this time period during the Revolutionary War. I think who's interesting as well, the person to the far left in that, I'm not good with colors, Emily, but it's kind of mauve, I don't know, it's kind of pinkish.
It's a reddish
color jacket. Yeah, that's George Wythe. He's the first law professor. Just to aside, George Wythe, the first law professor in our country, but there's a lot going on in this painting. This painting's 12 by 18. Frame is curved, painting's flat.
I think that's bigger than my freshman dorm room. Also, you know, in this shot, we're seeing that beautiful bronze of George Washington by Houdon. And this is, if you've ever been to Richmond, to the Capitol in Richmond, the state capitol, this is a copy of that lovely marble that's the original by the French artist. And we have the bronze, which is part of the state statue collection. And, you know, it's just one of those iconic pieces of art that we see in the Capitol building. A lot of the sculpture in the Capitol building is of presidents. The next one over is Truman. That's our one of our newest statues. And you can see there also, looks like the Marine Band is starting to set up there in the Capitol Rotunda. So we're all just getting ready for the ceremony a little bit later.
We're going to transition to the east front of the Capitol, the scene of where President Jackson was inaugurated on the east portico. That's the center under the flag. Just, you can call it, for layman's terms, a porch, if you will. This is a Senate side view, and there's a pediment to the right of the dome that's in form of a little bit of a triangle. It's called the Progress of Civilization. But the East Front has seen inaugurations. Let's think about this. When President Biden leaves, that's the same side that President Carter had inauguration. We mentioned Eisenhower, Kennedy. For a lot of people, this is the side of the Capitol for, if you're a certain age. This is, we don't say front or back, but the East Front is pointed. That centerpiece, Genius of America. We'll slowly start to see people arrive. I love this plaza. This is where the helicopter, Marine One, will take the departing president. There it is. Yeah, I'm curious to our audience, I wonder what, when they see this particular piece of aircraft, is the white top more prevalent than the green? You know, and there's a ceremony that we'll talk about for the departure, but there's plenty of people on the Supreme Court Library of Congress side that this is the moment they look forward to.
Right, because the East Front looks right onto the Library of Congress and the Supreme Court. So we've got the Library of Congress in our backyard.
Oh, look at that setting.
How lucky are we that we get to use the Library of Congress? It is the biggest library in the world. But yeah, here's back to the East Front. You know, this is not how the Capitol would have looked if you had been here. Even, you know, when the first Capitol's finished in 1826, we've added on to this side of the building. And I was thinking about this the other day. The space where President Lincoln would have stood for his swearing in is now inside.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And they moved that whole piece out about 30 feet, right, in the 1960s. So we're looking specifically at the Senate side of the Capitol right now. You know, you can almost split the Capitol down the middle. Half belongs to the Senate, half belongs to the House. But today, everybody's going to be arriving on this side of the building over to the Senate.
I think what stands out for me is freedom. The statue on top of them, freedom, triumphant in war and peace. Dedicated December 2nd in 1863. I know we talked about inauguration so much. Thomas Jefferson walked from the modern-day Nicholas Longworth building, which used to be a hotel at one point, and entered the Capitol and gave his address and the oath of office. That was our first inauguration. It happened in the old Supreme Court. It used to be the Senate. But look at this Iron Dome. The first dome was wooden. We'll talk about him a little later. Charles Bullfinch from Boston.
My
I can't say,
state.
I have a Southern accent, so Boston is the best I can do. The wooden dome burned. It was completed in 1824 to 26. The wooden dome burned Christmas Eve of 1851, and in 1855, Congress appropriated $100,000 for this beautiful wrought iron dome. The engineer, Montgomery Cunningham Meigs from Augusta, Georgia. The architect, Thomas U. Walter from Philadelphia. And speaking of architects, our new architect who arrived May of last year, Thomas Alston, smashing job here. Smashing job with all that he's had to deal with. Okay.
And I think right now, we're going to learn a little bit more about the history of inaugurations.
I'm ready.
And we have a video for you to look at.
Welcome to the 60th inaugural ceremonies. The inaugural ceremonies are a celebration of the peaceful transition of power, a uniquely American symbol of our constitutional system. It is a joint effort of all three branches of the U.S. government, led by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, referred to as the JCIC. Although the Constitution specified the oath taken by the President, the framers of the Constitution provided that Congress would determine when and where the inauguration would take place. Since 1901, all inaugural ceremonies at the U.S. Capitol have been organized by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The first 28 inaugurations, however, were planned by the Committee on Arrangements of the United States Senate. The JCIC is responsible for planning all inaugural events that occur at the U.S. Capitol. As a joint committee, the JCIC is comprised of members from both houses of Congress, one of the unique cases of bicameral involvement in Congress. Members of the committee work across ideological and legislative divisions to host a celebration of our democracy. For the 60th inaugural ceremonies, the JCIC is chaired by Senator Amy Klobuchar and includes Senate Democratic Leader Charles E. Schumer, Senator Deb Fischer, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, and House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The JCIC oversees all details of the inaugural ceremonies that happen at the U.S. Capitol. This includes the arrival of the presidential motorcade to the Capitol, the swearing-in ceremonies of the President-elect and Vice President-elect, the departure of the outgoing First Family, if applicable, the presidential signing ceremony, the luncheon in Statuary Hall, and the pass in review. JASIC members serve as ceremonial escorts for the president-elect while at the Capitol on Inauguration Day. The JASIC works closely with local and national law enforcement to ensure the safety of inaugural guests and spectators. The inaugural ceremonies are comprised of the following 8 events. By tradition, members of the JASIC travel to the White House to escort the president-elect, vice president-elect, and their spouses to the Capitol for the inaugural ceremonies. After a brief meeting, the president-elect and the outgoing president will then proceed together to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremonies. The vice president and vice president-elect will follow, as will family members, cabinet members, and members of the JASIC. Since the first inauguration of George Washington in 1789, the procession to the inaugural ceremonies has provided an occasion for much celebration. In 1845, outgoing President John Tyler joined President-elect Polk for the carriage ride to the Capitol, firmly establishing the tradition first carried out by Van Buren and Jackson in 1837. The 1877 inauguration of Rutherford B. Hayes started the tradition of the president-elect going first to the White House to meet the outgoing president before proceeding to the Capitol. The vice president and vice president-elect followed in a separate carriage, and after them, members of the Senate Committee on Arrangements. Future inaugurations would follow this precedent. Just before the president-elect takes the oath of office on Inauguration Day, the vice president-elect will step forward on the inaugural platform and repeat the oath of office. Although the United States Constitution specifically sets forth the oath required by the president, it only says that the vice president and other government officers should take an oath upholding the Constitution. The present oath, repeated by the Vice President of the United States, senators, representatives, and other government officers, has been in use since 1884. The oath reads, "I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God." A variety of officials have administered the oath to vice presidents, including the President pro tempore of the Senate, the Chief Justice, the outgoing vice president, as well as friends and associates chosen by the vice president-elect. The location of the vice president's oath-taking ceremony has also changed since John Adams became vice president in 1789. Until 1937, most vice presidents took the oath of office in the Senate chamber, making it distinct and separate from the president's. When Inauguration Day moved to January 20th in 1937, the vice president's swearing-in ceremony moved from the Senate chamber to the inaugural platform on the Capitol's east front. Although the vice president's swearing-in ceremony lost some of its distinctness after it moved to the east front portico, it gained a public audience and reflected the growing political importance of the vice president as part of the executive branch of government. On April 30th, 1789, in front of New York's Federal Hall, our nation's first president, George Washington, took the oath of office on a balcony overlooking Wall Street. With the ceremony complete, the crowd below let out 3 big cheers, and President Washington returned to the Senate chamber to deliver his brief inaugural address. 4 years later, on March 4th, 1793, Washington's second inauguration happened in Philadelphia, where the government had taken up temporary residence while a permanent capital was being built along the Potomac. The president took his oath in a small Senate chamber on the second floor of Congress Hall. In March of 1801, the seat of the U.S. government had moved to Washington, D.C. The streets were muddy, almost impassable, and overgrown with bushes. On March 4th, 1801, President-elect Thomas Jefferson walked with few attendants and little fanfare to the Capitol building from his nearby lodgings at a boarding house to become the first president to be inaugurated in the nation's new capital city. Upon entering the Senate chamber, now the old Supreme Court chamber, Jefferson immediately took the oath of office administered by Chief Justice John Marshall and addressed the audience gathered in the Senate chamber. After his inaugural address, he finished his day with a meal at the boarding house. But for a few occasions, the inauguration ceremonies for all future presidents and vice presidents would take place in the city of Washington. Andrew Jackson's inauguration on March 4th, 1829, was the first of 35 held on the east front of the Capitol, though Jackson's second inauguration in 1833 took place inside the House chamber because of his ill health and bad weather. Presidents from Martin Van Buren in 1837 to Theodore Roosevelt in 1905 were sworn into office on the Capitol's east front. In 1909, a raging blizzard forced William Howard Taft's ceremony indoors to the Senate chamber. Ronald Reagan's 1981 inauguration was the first held on the west front of the Capitol. Seeking to minimize construction costs and improve visibility for a larger number of spectators, Congress shifted the ceremony from its traditional location of the East Front. Although Ronald Reagan's second inauguration on January 21, 1985, was forced indoors to the Capitol Rotunda because of bitterly cold weather, subsequent inaugurations have continued the West Front tradition, including those for George Bush in 1989, Bill Clinton in 93 and 97, George W. Bush in 2001 and 2005, Barack Obama in 2009 and 2013, Donald Trump in 2017, and Joe Biden in 2021. The custom of delivering an address on Inauguration Day started with the very first inauguration, George Washington's, on April 30th, 1789. After taking his oath of office on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, Washington proceeded to the Senate chamber, where he read a speech before members of Congress and other dignitaries. At his second inauguration in Philadelphia on March 4th, 1793, Washington gave the shortest inaugural address on record, just 135 words. Every president since Washington has delivered an inaugural address. While many of the early presidents read their addresses before taking the oath, current custom dictates that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court administer the oath first, followed by the president's speech. William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inaugural address at 8,445 words on March 4th, 1841. John Adams' inaugural address, which totaled 2,308 words, contained the longest sentence at 737 words. In 1921, Warren G. Harding became the first president to take his oath and deliver his inaugural address through loudspeakers. In 1925, Calvin Coolidge's inaugural address was the first to be broadcast nationally by radio. And in 1949, Harry S. Truman became the first president to deliver his inaugural address over television airwaves. Most presidents use their inaugural address to present their vision of America and to set forth their goals for the nation. Some of the most eloquent and powerful speeches are still quoted today. In 1865, in the waning days of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln stated, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." In 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt avowed, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." And in 1961, John F. Kennedy declared, "And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." When applicable, following the swearing-in ceremonies on the West Front of the U.S. Capitol, the outgoing President and First Lady leave the Capitol to begin their post-presidential lives. Traditionally, the President's departure takes place with little ceremony. In 1797, George Washington attended the inauguration of his successor, John Adams. With few exceptions, subsequent departing presidents followed Washington's example. Until the early 20th century, the departing president also usually accompanied the newly elected president on the carriage ride from the Capitol to the White House following the inauguration. In the early 20th century, a new tradition evolved whereby the outgoing president quietly left the Capitol immediately following the swearing-in ceremony. In 1909, after congratulating President William Howard Taft, former President Theodore Roosevelt left the Capitol for Union Station, where he took a train to his home in New York. Outgoing Presidents Coolidge and Hoover also left the Capitol for Union